All right, here we are in some very, very interesting times right now, and I'm still kind of piecing everything together. Forever love and peace. Yes, I will get that video for you here in a second. I am the Breadcrumb, and this is Breadcrumb's project, and a lot of us in here are members of the Breadcrumbs and the membership, the fellowship, the gathering of the crumbs. Hang on one second, I have to do some technical work here. I just got off of work, so bear with me while I reset my cameras. And so yeah, guys, we're going to have a global event. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. The camera will come up in a minute. I have to reposition it. I've been working, and so there. And most of the time when I work and I have conference calls and what have you, I'm standing because I spend most of my time doing that. But when I'm talking to you guys, I am working a computer, and oh, booyah, I look horrible. All right, here we are. All right, welcome back. All right. Hey, forever. Yeah, that's kind of how we've come to be who we are. It's been really a lot of word of mouth. So let me grab the link for you, my new friend. Welcome to the Breadcrumbs Project. And we have many moderators in the chat room. Please feel safe to discuss whatever you like to. Please feel safe to troll, because if you do, the guys have little patience for it, and the gals. We have both moderators. So whenever the chat room is open, either myself or one or two mods are going to be in here, and you know, I'm the only person that has a face pretty much in all of this, and so feel very, very, very safe to discuss whatever, ask the questions. And I'll use the word, some epic things are going on. We feel, especially myself and Partha. So here is the link to the video that I did myself, explaining the queue and where I exist. Yeah, Nemesis, we'll see how you go with your first dozen, your first half dozen trolls. I don't have patience for them, and my golly, Epic has less. So look, yes, this is the video that I did that puts the final pieces of the queue together. It is the analysis that I do in this video is a live analysis, and the only reason I did the video is because we had some friends that asked for the video. I got a message this morning from Epic saying, hey, we got some friends that want you to do a video explaining some details of the queue and how you're seeing it. And I said, sure, whatever. And I had to do it before the meeting that I had with Partha. So I did this video, and as I'm doing it, I'm starting to see things I didn't see there before. So so that video is important to watch. Then the video that after that is the video that I did with Partha and kind of pulling everything together. And Partha explained why the sun has moved. And now it makes perfect sense. The sun hasn't moved. Our magnetic shield has gotten smaller and smaller. So the sun is at its proper position. And this is only going to be about 15 more minutes of stream. What's happened is that there's less layers for the sun to get through and less interrupting it. So we are getting uh, the full, bright, white, hot sun. And that's why you feel it as such, because some of our upper atmosphere has diminished. So we don't see the sun as orange anymore like we used to. We see it white, hot light, and we can't even really look at it. And it's moved farther north. So the deflection of the sun is much less. So we're getting more straight sun. And yeah, in a couple of days, at the rate that it's going, um, it could be pretty intense, and we may in fact get some solar waves, and some of that intensity is going to cause an EMP. We think by a couple of means, which I'll discuss in the upcoming stream, but we definitely can see a global event occurring on the 28th. Yeah, the sun really burns now. It'll burn right through your jeans. So what Partha said is what we see. That's the real deal. Ah, cool, Nemesis. Take no prisoners. At this point, no quarter given, no quarter asked. EMP means electromagnetic pulse. It's something that will knock out satellites and sensitive electronics. And so 2 days ago, we saw an article come out in a pretty obscure, but if it's in your area, if you're in England, it's a pretty well known newspaper. But it said that the magnetic shield had weakened a great bit, and that right now satellites are malfunctioning. And it tried to say just over a certain part of the Earth, but it didn't say just satellite. It said satellites and spaceships, rockets. Are everything that has to go to that level that it used to go to. It can't go there anymore because there's not as much protective magnetic shield to keep it from the powerful the power of the sun without that magnetic shield. Not only are they overheating and malfunctioning, but they are also getting beaten by extra high energy particles, because when particles are coming from the sun, they're just going so fast. So yeah, the satellites in furthest orbits, which are not the ones that service us, those are mostly the scientific satellites, military satellites, and you're getting out to the space station too. So the space station may be evacuating itself in the next 24 to 48 hours. Yes, Nemesis. And Partha added clarity too. Right now, we are in the end of the calendar. The Mayan calendar that everybody said, oh, that's the end of the Mayan calendar. No, it was the end of the cycle, and now we are at the end of the last cycle and the Mayan calendar. These last couple of months. Wow, Nemesis. Yes, it's hard. I mean, I'm not going outside nearly as much as I used to, just because the sun is so intense. And I don't mind tanning or getting burned or anything like that. That's not a big thing for me. But I'm looking right at and I got a new camera set up so y'all can see the outside, what I see. So this is my view, guys. This is my view. There's my telescope. What is Um, I'm on the coast here, so I have some mold and humidity issues there that you see. That's the staining, and I just have not had any time to go clean that stuff. But there is the view. Thanks, realist. And so the sun comes down, and I'll be able to show you all that stuff today as we progress through the call and the meeting and ... Ginger. So yeah, that's the view, and it is beautiful. It is absolutely breathtakingly beautiful. All right, let me tighten that up. Now we can do something. All right, and what we've been talking about today is where I have figured out a portion of the cue, and this is it. So I've got about 8 more minutes. This is what I decipher for anybody that's interested in it. You know, we're trying to do our best here to help everyone possible understand everything possible, and this is the portion of the cue. The sun, right up to the top. You're going to be sick of hearing it from me, but we're going to have to talk about it a lot more because people are coming in. Thank you, Nemesis. Hey, Wayne. Welcome. Welcome, my family member. Thank you, Angel Hope. It really is gorgeous. Thank you, Nicola. It is. I'm very blessed for all my life. Yeah, realist. If we get hit by a flood, I want to be here for it. But we're actually pretty high up. If I get flooded, it's going to be bad for everybody. But I don't think we're going to have a flood. What I think we're going to have is what the Q talks about. And the Q says the 29th is the end of their mission, the end of their time. And as we talk about up here in the upper portion, a great solar flash is going to be happening. Hi, Angel Hope. Thank you for all your support, your kind words, and also your wisdom that you bring. Can you talk about Yuga fire and Shamvrataka fire for us? Can you clarify what that is? It would be hugely helpful. And I'm giving it a pause here. I'm going to leave this up to discuss. So hey, conspiracy realists, no, it has nothing to do with the sea. So that is what we would call fake news. That is fake news. This is not going to be a sea event. This is going to be strictly a sun event, and that's what it talks about in the square. Yuga fire, Y-U-G-A fire, which on the picture that I have up, it's in the bottom right-hand corner. Ekropsis, Samvartaka fire, and Frashkeriti. A lot of what we see in this square has Hindi origins, but the sun is going to do the great solar flash, and that's why we have to stay indoors. And we have a little bit more analyzing to do with that this evening, but I just need to make the huge point. The sun is a living being. The sun has soul. The sun is soul. We have soul. So the only difference between soul that we see of sun and soul that we see of that we have is you. Soul. You is silent in when we pronounce the word soul, but I think there's an association there. Look, Donna Johnson, look up, YouTube channel is Against the Grain. So go in YouTube search and do Against the Grain. Hi, Donna. Welcome back. Yeah. Think good thoughts, do good deeds, and say good things forever. Forever love and peace. How about that, Fitzsimmons? That hit me today hard when I was doing my video for our friends. That hit me really hard because I said soul, 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 soul. Potato, potato. You know, potato has one spelling and potato has another spelling, but they're the same thing. Raise your vibrations. Whenever you die, they tell you to go towards the light. Your soul goes towards the light. Your soul lifts up from the bed or the ground where you are having your near-death experience, like Graham Hancock did, and then you're going towards the light, and then, nope, not your time, then you slam back into your body. So what if our soul is part of the sun, and the sun, which the fire that's represented on Jesus represents the fire of the sun, and that is that we are actually part of us is part of the sun that we see in the sky. In Zoroastrian thought, when solar flames will come from the sun, it will burn the bad once, but the souls, good souls, will feel that plasma sun rays are warm milk only. It will be nutritious for our souls. Wow, Angel Hope. I so am glad that you are speaking of Zoroastrian legend, and yeah, because that's the original religion of the Creator, and you know that's why I say what I say. Say good words, think good thoughts, do good deeds. That is the fundamental belief of Zoroastrianism, and I've embraced it. Los últimos días, the last days. It's about the solar flash. Check out a movie, everyone. Endgame, welcome back. All right, the last days, los últimos días. Yep. Yeah. I think Tutankhamun's dad was just like, we're outing it. The sun is our God. And everybody else said, you're freaks. No. All right, guys. The soul. So, it's interesting. Thank you so much, Angel Hope, for your Zoroastrian contribution. Please understand that I am a giant believer in Zoroastrianism because it's the archaeology of it's the archaeology of us. It's the archaeology of every religion. Every religion that we have in modern times, except for the Hindi, is Zoroastrian. You know, except for the hard Asian religions, everything that is Western in religion is based on Middle Eastern religion, and the Sumerian religion was basically Zoroastrianism. And boom! All right, thank you so much, Angel. I hope you stay in the thread. And if you have any questions, I will be back again in a half hour. I got a half-hour meeting I've got to work on, so I'll be back 40 minutes for a little while. Then we'll end this, and then we'll go to our 1 p.m. Eastern live stream. But yeah, I think we're going to have a global event and I think it's sun-based, and I think we need to heed all the warnings that are given to us, which is get inside, go inside, stay inside, prostrate yourself, and await what comes. If we're inside, we'll probably just feel it like warm milk. If we're outside being ignorant, like a lot of people tend to be, bad things might happen. Angel, wow. Can you send me an email? Do you think you'd have time in about a half hour or an hour or so to jump on a live with me, a Zoom call, like I do with Partha, or maybe Partha can get on here and explain that in great detail for us, rather than the wonderful commentary you're making us. I know there's much more that you want to say about it. So if either you or Partha in 40 minutes to an hour can join us on a Zoom meeting, and please explain that to me. I really need to know about that. It's very important to my square here. So I will leave this up, and I got to go get ready for a meeting because my clients that I have are very important to me. I had to cancel them because I got a feeling that in the next 48 hours we're going to have a global event. So I don't know. Hang on. All right. Here's the stuff for the queue. And I got to go earn some money and take care of some good clients that are just been have great for me. All right, guys. Think good thoughts, do good deeds, and say good things, especially for the next 48 hours. And if you have any prayer repenting to do, it's a great time to do it. All right, guys. Actually, I don't have Partha yet. He is on another call. As we say, we do have other lives out there. So, oops, you can't hear me very well. So, waiting for Partha to reach back out to me and to be able to set up our call. Hopefully, Angel will be able to join us too. Would love to talk to her. So hi, welcome back to the Breadcrumbs Project. I have my headsets on, and that means I'm going to be talking to someone on online. So yeah, anybody that has anything to contribute, this is a great time to do it because I don't have much to talk about right now. Though Partha did really give me a bunch of new information, which was great, and some direction as well. So he doesn't necessarily expect an EMP on the 28th, but he also is prepared for one. But he does absolutely feel like something's going to happen from on the 28th. All right, just catching up on things. And where are we? All right. So something's going to happen the 28th. Not sure what it is. Getting into the channel right now so I can see the commentary. And all right, getting that ready. Oh, hey, you guys can't see me. Can you? Oh, yeah, you can. All right. A lot of technology happening here. Hi, everyone. Hey, realist. Andrew, you're in the house. Yay, Partha. Excellent. Thank you, Nemesis, for keeping an eye on the chat room. All right. Nose ring and a pentagram. All right. Interesting thing about the pentagram. So I live in a Celtic area. That was heavily Celtic. As I said, it was the last. It was the last bastion of Celticism here in Europe. This rock that I live on, as they say here, the fishermen and the people proudly say, your feet, when you're in this town, your feet are the last ground of Europe to go Christian. You know, and we're a very Catholic area, but there's still a lot of pride in the Celtic past here, you know, and the pre-Christian past. And so something I saw when I was doing some research, and a taxi driver knew I was interested in unusual things, took me to an old mill that was a mill for grinding corn. And in the floor of that old mill, which was made all of rock, so all of the old buildings here in Spain are huge rock-hewn things. On the floor was a perfectly carved, chiseled pentagram with the circle around it. And this is thousands of years old. Thousands of years old. If it's hundreds of years old, that even makes it more spectacular, quite frankly. But that pentagram was not to summon demons or the devil. That is a mark of protection. That is a spell of protection. That star, that five-pointed star in Celtic lore, in wizardry, in uh, in Celtic Druids. Uh, that was a spell for healing, for safety and protection. All right, looks like yeah, Partha. All right. Let me jump off this right now. I'm going to set up the Zoom with Partha, and we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes, depending on how absolutely ignorant I am with my technology skills. All right, guys, 5 minutes. We'll be back with Partha and hopefully Angel. All right, everyone. We are back and going straight into um, our screen that we have here set up. And I have to tell you that, again, our very good friend Partha has brought his very, very, very good friend Angel Hope into the conversation, and she has just shared some things that really connect the dots on a lot of this stuff, but it's too soon for all of us. So we're going to start with the basics because we're students. Um, for everybody that's here right now, I am been talking with Partha, and he doesn't necessarily um, expect anything to happen anytime soon. As far as an EMP, he has other ideas and other hopes, and and uh, and so he's going to share that with us. But first, Angel is going to talk to us about the things that we are very, very concerned. I am very, very concerned about. Let me use the very
Okay.
we, which is the stuff that I don't know that I'm very familiar with right now, and that is this right here. Uh, Shrink that down. And so this is Angel. Thank you. Um, and
Hi.
and
Hello.
and it's and everybody can hear you well, I believe.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and it's
Thank
just
you.
so special for me to talk to you because a, just a month and a half ago, I became thoroughly aware of Zoroastrianism. I had been aware of it
Yeah.
just in my archaeological studies, and it didn't ring of importance. It's just like everything else that's going on in this. You brush with something and become familiar with it, and then suddenly, 2 years later or 5 years later, it becomes very, very important. And of course, I can almost hear Partha giggling in the background right now, because that's just the way this
Yes.
works. God sets up certain hints and keeps the interest of the humans going. So, to inform all my listeners, Zoroastrianism is the oldest Western and Middle Eastern religion, period. It is associated very directly with the Sumerian culture. And for a short history, whoever created the Sumerian culture, whoever created the earth, whoever created all of this, said to the humans at that time, "Listen, um, the gods are going to be, going away, and we're going to leave prophets and messengers here. But the basic message I have for you from this Zoastra, this prophet of mine, is that you just have to do three things. Three things, humans, and it's very difficult for you because you have the freedom of choice. You can choose to say good things or say bad things. You can choose to think good things. You can choose to think bad things. You can choose to do good deeds or 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 do bad deeds. That's up to you. Those three things. Again, the number three is so present in all of this. Um, and so Astra just said, look, if you want to be with the God who created all of this and all of us and who's taking such good care of us, just think good thoughts, do good deeds, say good things. Just do that, do that, do that, and we'll be happy. Will you be as excited? Will you be able to do crazy wild things? Probably not, but you're going to have a good life. And that's just the way it's been. Um, and just to give one more depth of how important and how old the Sumerian culture is, the Jewish people are Sumerians. The unit of trade, the money in Zoroastra's time was the shekel, and the Jewish monetary means, the Jewish money is the shekel. So there's just so much connectivity of history, Sumerians, and Zoroastrianism. So can you help us, help me Angel, and thank you for being here once again. I know it's late for you. You're suffering a power outage, and so
No,
this is just so
I'm
kind of you.
ready.
Go ahead.
Yeah, fine. Thank you. Thank you. Nice to talk to you, Charles. And thanks for inviting me, Partha and Charles, to give me an opportunity to express myself. So, can I start the video or
Yes. Let me see. Yes.
I cannot see the Partha? Yeah. Can I start the video or
You
are you
should.
listening to me?
Yes,
Okay,
we
fine.
see you, and you should start be able to start. Yes, you are in charge.
Okay, fine, fine, fine. So, is it okay? It's little dark because it's candlelight. Okay, fine.
No, it looks great. As I said, it gives you great ambiance. It actually looks quite romantic. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay, fine. So, first of all, I would like to what you have asked. What is Yuga fire? So, Yuga fire is like Samavartika, end of Yuga fire. Suppose Yug, like period. I think Partha can explain what is Yuga. I'm just giving you the basic idea.
Okay.
So, it's at the end of a Yuga, there is a fire. So some people call it plasma. In here, our Vedic thought, it is called Yuga fire, or our Zoroastrian thought. Sorry, in Zoroastrian thought, it is called Yuga fire. So it is
Plasma.
also called, yeah,
Plasma is considered yoga fire.
yeah, maybe the link is
Oh
there.
my
So it is,
gosh,
yeah.
Angel,
So it
that's
is,
huge.
yeah. So it is also called Kala Pavaka. And it is also called the great fire at the end of Yuga. It's light, it's fire, and definitely it's from the sun. So yeah,
Wow, 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 wow. So yeah, you must have been giggling when you saw that. But to our most of the people that are watching us are Westerners,
yes,
and so this this part of the queue is using very ancient religions and acknowledging that all religions have a synchronicity, and
yes,
so somebody whoever did this portion of the queue is very familiar with uh, you know with Indian tradition.
yes.
That is
I,
this is not Western in nature.
exactly. But I think there is a connection with
Certainly.
everything. I personally see everything as one, actually. So you have also discussed about freshocarity in the live chat today. You asked me what is freshocarity. So
Yes.
it's also like same. Yeah. So it's according the word is actually Zoroastrian. So its meaning is same. Like whenever the plasma sun will come and whenever the light will come from the sun, all those not good or not awakened, they will feel like they are getting burned by the sun or the plasma. But all the good souls who are doing good things, who are speaking good, and who are thinking good, as you always say, so they will feel like, yeah, warm milk is pouring. So they will feel that plasma sun as warm milk. So that is the meaning of the freshocarity.
Yeah,
Warm milk.
Partha said
Yeah.
the exact same thing, word for word, word
Yes.
for word.
Yeah.
Wow, guys. I mean, this just, we in the West, we in America, we look at the Q as a whole, American undertaking. But the more you look at it in this map, there's a lot of global connectivity. But to hit this part of the sun, and it's the key part of the sun event, which it talks about, the solar event. It's built around Indus Valley traditions. It's not Hindu, people. Hindu is a name we put into the Indus
Exactly.
Valley tradition.
Exactly.
The Indus Valley tradition is wholly connected with the Sumerian culture. There is just it's the same culture. It's just they were living in different places, and then there was a great war.
Yeah.
Everybody got mad at each
Ancient.
other, and they just bombed the hell
Yeah.
out of each other.
Yes.
Wow, thank you, Angel. Uh,
Yes.
Everybody who's watching this, all 35 of y'all, the level of education that you're receiving right now is epic to use Andrew's moniker, in proportion. This puts so much together, that it gives me the hope and faith that I'm working under right now. Because the only reason I'm saying it 28th is because of Partha, and Partha
Yes.
has his acknowledgement through the things that he's been studying with you, Angel, and with many others, of the truth or
Yes.
culture in India, which not only do you grab all of the Indus tradition, which
Yes.
Westerners, you guys can't even begin to wrap your head around India and the culture, subculture, subculture, the rhythm, subrhythm, subrhythms, the vibrations, vibrations, subvibrations. Um, India is its own subculture that has protected itself from the West greatly, except when programming came in. Programming and network
Yes.
engineering, and they're like, "Sorry, India, you're coming with us." and, and India feels the reverberations of that happening. They've seen where cities like Mumbai um, have left the local energies and vibrations, and the gurus that I've talked to 8 and 10 years ago, when I started my yoga tradition, and my seeking journeys of
Wow.
Buddha, let me know that,
Okay.
they felt the removal of these great cities, because they were getting westernized. They were not doing the rituals and traditions, and they were becoming their own Western cultures all of a sudden.
Yes.
And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but when I've got very strong into my yoga practice, I was able to meet a guru who came from India, who is basically the leader of our practice. And
Okay.
I told him I'm a computer guy, and he was showing me his tablet, and how he thought it was so cool, the connectivity. And he says, "Let me tell you something, Charles," and I have a horrible Indian accent. uh, in the
Okay.
big cities where we have the engineers making so much money and doing so well, there's just it's very Western, it's very beautiful. Look, I have my tablet. I bought it in Mumbai. I'm very proud of it. But you know what else we never had in Mumbai? We never had psychologists. We
Yeah.
never had Western style psychologists. You know what the fastest growing career in Mumbai and Chennai and all of the cities that have grown in with technology and Westernism? Psychologists.
Yes.
Psychologists,
Yeah.
because they've lost their way really fast, and it's not going right for them as a culture. And I say them because it is. And the guru told me, I feel their loss. I feel the staleness of the cities when I go in and do
Yeah.
my buying. But I can't do anything about that. I have to do my part.
Yeah. We cannot change the whole thing.
No, no, we can't. Angel,
Yeah.
thank you
But
so
at least
much.
we can change ourselves. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and that's this age, isn't it? This age is one of individual choice. Your soul, spelled
Yeah.
Soul in English, and ironically, soul sun is SOL. Is
Yeah.
what that relationship is. I think is pretty much defined by the fire that is at the center of Zoroastrianism. I think
Yes.
the
Yes.
relationship of the sun and Zoroastrian
Yes.
is defined. Again, the Egyptian god was the sun, Ra.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Ra. Yeah. Ra.
it is very, very powerful. Um,
Yes.
Angel, thank you so much. Um,
Thank you. Thank you.
and I can dump that out. Hopefully, Partha, can you come up, Partha? And Angel, can you give Partha
Yeah.
the screen?
Um, yeah, definitely. I'm not using screen actually. What should
Make him
I do?
host.
Just
Make
tell me,
make
I will
make
do it.
make Partha host. Can you pop down Partha's thing and make him host?
You click on
Yeah, yeah,
participant.
yeah,
There
I
you
did. I did. Yeah,
there you
I did.
are.
When you click
Yeah,
on participants, you click on the more button and then you make me host. Yeah, I am the host now.
fine.
Oh, there we go. Oh, there. Yep. Yay. All right, Partha. All right. I don't know how much more time we have on this Zoom call, but you're the man.
Yes. No, we have, I think, a lot of time, unless you have some official work, Charles.
No. I just got a pop-up saying that that they've given us a 40-minute time limit because it's the free calls. So if we do
Oh,
more than
okay.
one person, the three of us, they give us a 40-minute time limit. If it's just two of us, then we get as much time as we like.
Oh, okay. So yes, can you see my screen and how is my voice?
Perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
Yes. So as I was saying, Atlas is going near Kritika. So I will just go to that page again, which I have been talking about. Okay, before that, I will just go quickly over the Yuga ending fire,
Please.
which Angel was talking about. So it is there in Mahabharata, and Mahabharata is one of the ancient epics like Homer's Iliad and all. In fact, it's much more because it has like 1 lakh verses. So just to read 18 books of Mahabharata, it will take a lifetime.
Dang.
Yes, it's that huge. So in one of the books of Mahabharata, it is mentioned, O Bharata, the fire called Samavartaka, impelled by winds, appeareth on earth that had already been dried to cinders by the 7 suns. Now,
7 again.
now, yes. And not only that, he says 7 suns. So that is why I think the other day, Charles, you were talking about the double sun. Here also some people saw double sun.
Yes.
So it could be because the atmosphere is weakening and because of the refraction effect, you may be seeing 7 suns.
Wow.
Don't be surprised to see 7 suns.
Okay.
And then that fire penetrating through earth and making its appearance in the nether regions also. Great terror in hearts of gods, Danavas and Yakshas. O Lord of the earth, consuming the nether regions as also everything upon this earth, that fire destroyeth all things in a moment. So this is what we saw in that Knowing movie, Nicolas Cage's movie. And that fire called Samavartika, aided by that inauspicious wind, consumeth the world, extending for hundreds and thousands of yojanas. So he is talking about some, like astronomical units, millions of kilometers.
Okay.
So that means what you are saying, Charles, about the EMP coming from the sun is not far-fetched because it is clearly mentioned that it is extending for hundreds and thousands of yojana. Yojana is 13 kilometers. So it is like 10 miles. So 10 miles into thousands. So you can imagine. So it is coming from the sun. So that means it is very much possible. Many people think, oh, solar flare may not hit, or it is too far, or whatever. So don't be under any illusion. And Lord of all things, that fire blazing forth in effulgence, consumeth this universe with gods and asuras and gandharvas, yakshas, snakes, everybody, reptilians, nobody is. And then see, there are some signs as well. And these rise in sky deep masses of clouds, looking like herds of elephants. In fact, many people are reporting seeing elephants. I have seen, in fact, elephants, the cloud in the form of elephants.
Wow.
And decked with wreaths of lightning that are wonderful to behold. And some of these clouds are in the hue of blue lotus, some are in the hue of water lily. So this could be all the auroras, which are coming in different forms and shapes. Filaments of lotus, and some are purple, some are yellow as turmeric, and some are hues of crow's egg. And some are bright as petals of lotus, and some are red as vermilion.
Dang.
And some resemble palatial cities in shape, and some herds of elephants, crocodiles, sharks, and whatnot. And then after pouring in a great quantity of water and filling the whole earth, they quench this inauspicious fire. So that means, so this can be a flood. Oceans overstep the continents, the mountains thunder in fragments, and the earth sinks under the increasing flood.
All right, hold on 1 second. Angel, can you put us on mute?
Yes.
We're hearing your wonderful cooking.
No, it's not my sound actually.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, not my cooking. I think it's Partha's.
Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, sorry. All right, Partha, go ahead.
It's okay.
Yes, it's the pressure cooker going off here.
Oh! Oh!
Fine.
It's going to be delicious. We're not invited. Fine, Partha.
And also it is raining very heavily, and in fact I'm using my mobile internet. I'm not even using my Wi-Fi.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes. So this is also called as Kala Pavaka, as Angel was saying. So Kala also means time. It's also time personified. So that means we know that Earth is like a time machine. So obviously these things, they are cyclical in nature. So this is mentioned here. Kala Pavaka.
That's the point that you made in our earlier, that the great years, um, the
Yes. So Yuga fire is also called as Kala Pavaka. Kala means time, Pavaka means great fire. So Shiva or Rudra in the form of destroyer of time, Kala Pavaka is also called as Kalagni. Kalagni, as Pavaka is another name for Agni or fire. And what is Kritika or Pleiades? It is fire.
okay.
Kritika, Agni, fire. I will show you that as well. That's because many people say that Pleiades is this website is too much information. Maybe I would show images. I think that would be better. Yeah. So he is the god of Kritika or Pleiades, in which Atlas is going on this 28, 29. He is the god who represents that. He's also called as
The fiery
fire.
knife.
Yes. So he is that god who actually purifies. So there is an American, I think I shared in one of our earlier videos, Charles, Dr. David Frawley.
Yes.
He has in fact shown this. See, it is his tweet. So Kritika vernal equinox, it happened, in 2600 BC. And that is what is Harappa Mohenjo-daro civilization, which was there in northwest of India. So many people think, or many people do not understand, what was the reason for this Mohenjo-daro civilization to go out? What exactly happened? So many people think that there was a flood and all the people died. In fact, there is a movie also on this. Let me just show you that. So this would interest you, Charles. Mohenjo-daro. Mohenjo-daro is an archaeological. It's also called Mound of the Dead. And this was 2,500 years ago. So that means during the last, Yuga, during just before the age of Pisces. And Mohenjo-daro movie, I will just show you.
Okay.
I will just show you some visuals of the movie. So in the movie they wear all kinds of headgear, and see, she's wearing some kind of headgear, and the seals of that civilization, Mohenjo-daro civilization, have not yet been decoded. Mohenjo-daro seals. So these are the seals, Charles. So these seals are similar to Sumerian civilization, which you were talking about.
Hold on. Whoa. Click back one more. That one, no. That one right there. That one with the bull. The one with the bull and the Pisces. Up one more. The unicorn seal. That one. I mean, look, there's a sign of the Christian fish. Partha.
Yes. And that I was showing you. Correct.
Look at that, guys. That is the.
So Charles, I want to congratulate you. You are the first ever person to actually decode a Mohenjo-daro seal. In fact, till date, historians have unable to decode the seals. So you are the first live publicly you have decoded that, because I told you the other day that is the fish symbol or Pisces symbol.
Yeah, and if you look at the second fish, it looks like the Chi-Rho symbol. The second fish that has the extra, like the four things looking out of it. It looks like the Chi-Rho.
Yes, Charles, exactly.
I'll be dadgum.
So this was the civilization before 2160 BC, and this went off, and people speculated.
After we get off the call, I'll be adding that to my resume.
See.
Yes, I've been talking about this. Call that up. Bring that up, please. Yes. I have been talking about this, Partha, for 3 or 4 weeks of the atomic war.
So this was not an atomic war. My speculation is what exactly happened was there was an EMP event. Researchers find proof of ancient atomic war. So because of the mounds, what they found, or the seals that they found lying under the mud flood kind of a situation, there are of course many guys who are doing mud floods in YouTube, researching mud floods. So many people speculated that it was an atomic war, but it is not an atomic war.
Okay.
Take the incomparable Sanskrit epic from Mahabharata. I was just talking about this. It recounts fate and devastation with entries that appear to precisely portray the impacts and repercussions of atomic war.
Yep.
But my speculation is, or my gut feeling is, it was not atomic war. It was a sudden EMP event, which actually devastated that civilization called Mohenjo-daro. And it actually went inside the muds. So if those people who are actually doing the research on Mohenjo-daro, see, it went inside. It's called Mound of the Dead.
Yes.
It went inside the mud, and this can happen. This kind of mud flood event can happen only when there is a EMP. And in fact, many songs, many movies show this. That when the EMP happens, then people become statues, or things go under the mud because there is a mud flood. And that is what Angel was also saying. That is the frashokerity. So what happens during frashokerity? So I think it's open for me. Yes, frashokerity. So it says that altar will melt the metal in the hills and mountains, and the molten metal will then flow across the earth like a river. All mankind, both the living and resurrected dead, see this resurrection theme again,
yep,
will be required to wade through that river, but the righteous, it will seem to be a river of warm milk, while the wicked will be burned.
The river which then flowed down to hell, where it met and annihilated and the last vestiges of wickedness in the universe. In later Zoroastrian texts, it is written that the molten metal will purify the wicked. This is all Zoroastrian.
You were saying yesterday, yeah.
Zoroastrian based, Sumerian based.
Yes. And this is what I was saying just now. So this is a historical site, Mohenjo-daro. It is in Pakistan right now. Before independence, 1947, Mohenjo-daro, Pakistan, India were a single country. But after 1947, they're different countries. So this is actually in Pakistan. And this is not just a speculation. This is my 99% gut feeling. It was due to EMP, because we know that every 2160 years there is an EMP.
I'll be dead gum.
And now Atlas is going to Pleiades. And see the seals, the symbols again. What Dr. Frawley is showing. It's the same thing. So we have the scientific data which is showing what is Atlas doing, where it is right now. And this is one more evidence, or rather pre-evidence. So this is a book written by a freedom fighter of India, Charles. Okay. So his name is Bal Gangadhar Tilak. So when he was in jail, he wrote this book. So he wrote Arctic Home in the Vedas. It's a 1903 book on the origin of Aryanic people by Bal Gangadhar Tilak. He's an astronomer, historian, journalist, whatever, all that. And his theory was simple, that man was believed to be post-glacial, and a theory of Asiatic origin of Aryan peoples prevailed. So summary is, Neolithic Aryan people in Europe cannot be regarded as all this. And basically what he's saying is all the people were in North Pole. So I got this book also. I opened the book somewhere because I have so many web pages open.
Yeah, you
Oh,
do.
but
I do the same thing.
this is the Last Supper there. Yeah. Anyways, I'm sorry about that. I think I seem to have lost it. So yes, so Arctic home in the Vedas. So this book, it talks about that people before 8000 BC, before 8000 BC, people were near the North Pole area, and that was the original Eden. So many people think Eden is in maybe Saudi Arabia, or Eden is somewhere in, in the southern regions. In Asia or something. But no, the original Eden was actually in the North Pole, near the North Pole.
What
And
was then? Okay.
that is where the Celtics and Druids thing come. And that is why, and he also mentioned that in this book, that, there is no sunset for 6 months. So obviously it is very clear that, because all the Rigvedic hymns, Rigveda means the original people who were there in North Pole.
Yeah.
So they used to sing hymns to the sun.
Yeah.
They used to sing all these hymns or all these songs, and they used to praise the sun. And it is mentioned in the older text, very ancient text, that sun never used to seem to set.
That's
and
true.
that's only possible in the polar regions.
And on top of that, and this is fascinating, dendrochronology. Dendrochronology is when you how you measure tree rings. Well, in Great Britain and on Doggerland underwater, they have trees that don't have any tree rings, which means they didn't have any seasons. They just kept growing continually. And the reason you get rings on trees is for the seasons. Every year, every time it goes through a year, it builds up new bark. And so they found trees that have no rings. All right.
So that, yeah, coming back to the our world. So we know, see, 2054 passes 2 degrees from the Pleiades or the Seven Sisters. Pleiades, I just showed you through David Frawley's thing, and also through Mohenjo-daro, that it is the fire. It is the god of fire. It is Kritika. Kritika means fire. So yeah, I mean, if it is going there, and as I said earlier also, we need to wait for 2 weeks. So EMP may happen on 29th, or it may happen within 2 weeks, because comets and EMPs and all, astrologically we need to wait for 2 weeks at least. That is what the elders say. That is what the ancients say. So I have, in fact, in our first stream, Charles, I showed you that book in which all the comets and all are mentioned. It is mentioned there also that when you see a comet, or when you hear a sound, it means that you have to wait for 2 weeks. It is mentioned there.
Good. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So I said on May 7th, exactly in 13th day, or after 13 days, sound was heard. So now we are talking. So that means May 29th, this Atlas is going near. So Atlas is a comet, right?
Yep.
So comet is going near Pleiades. So from there you have to take 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So it could be 29th, or it could be up till June 14th, which is the birthday of Trump.
I'll be NADCOM.
Oh.
And guys, I have to say, I mean, the sun is so bright right now. It's 5:30 in the afternoon here in Spain, and it's even hard to look at the sea right now. And I've never had that effect. It's usually nice and blue. So the magnetic shield is definitely weakening day by day. We don't have the help of NASA to tell us what's going on, but like Partha says, I use my eyes and I use the old wisdom, and that's what we're going on. So the sun is key. The sun is key in all of this, Partha.
Yes. So yeah, so this was the paragraph which I was saying. At the North Pole, one seems the heavenly dome above seems to be revolve around like a potter's wheel. The stars will not rise and set, move round. So as you know, aurora comes from the North Pole. So all the charged particles, they seem to get attracted towards the North Pole, because that's why it's called a pole.
Yes.
Because it's a magnet. So that is why people may ask, like, why not Africa? Or why not Germany? Or why not India? Why the EMP has to come from the North Pole? It's obviously because the charged particles stream through the North Pole.
Absolutely. That makes 100% electrical sense. That makes 100%, as far as electrical engineering goes, that makes 100%. Wow, Partha. We're making discoveries here day by day, aren't we?
Yes, Charles. So that's all I had today, Charles.
That's a lot, guys. All right, Angel, thank you so much for joining us. Do you have any last words, Angel?
Yeah, I think for today it's enough, and gradually we'll bring new topics. And for today, thank you very much, Partha and Charles.
Thank you, Angel. Thank you, Partha. Yeah, we have a lot to learn. Partha and Angel have a lot to teach us. And so
Uh,
we are here, devoted students to both of you and what you have to say. And I am very glad that I have taken the initiative to pull you into some live streams, so that it's, there's just so much you can say in text, and you both are saying so much, but we're not ready for what you're saying. But slowly, more and more, what
yes, yes,
you two are writing to us now makes sense. So in
yes.
this way of video conferencing, a lot of clarity has been added. All right, guys. Both of y'all jump into the thread. Everybody's got questions. Say thank you, everybody, to Partha and Angel Hope for bringing enlightenment and wisdom. Um,
Thank
and
you.
and
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you. I can't believe I've been talking about Zoroastrianism, and here I have a Zoroastrian who not only is Zoroastrian, but you practice greater degrees of wisdom. You're into a truther movement, which is basically Zoroastrian ism at its fundamental core, is just always seeking the truth, staying honest. And the more you learn, the closer we get to understanding. Thank you, Angel. Thank you, Partha.
Thanks. Thank you.
And we'll talk to you guys again soon. I know that.
Sure.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Angel. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
Yes. Here we go, guys. Bye. All right. All right. So we'll have another meeting of the minds tomorrow. Uh, and let me bring up what we've been talking about to help everybody. This is the Q map. This is overwhelming, and to many people it makes sense. And the funny thing is, the people that it makes sense to, they're like, I don't know how it makes sense, but to me it makes sense. And they do. The area that makes sense to me is clear as day. But the area that comes to other people, it comes clear to them, and it doesn't make any sense to me. So up here in the Great Solar Flash, which is what we've been focusing on, above the Great Awakening, which is north of the Great Awakening, again, North Pole, and this is the end. This is it. The solar flash is the end of the timeline of the Q. The timeline of the Q starts way down here on the map, and it keeps going north, keeps going north, keeps going north. The Great Awakening is coming, and the Great Solar Flash. And just on the side of that is where we come in, or where I come in, and that is right here. And what I have been talking about, let me clear this out. What I've been talking about is, and what got my attention in this square, and I swear it's just all of this square makes absolute sense to me. Mental and spiritual states, practice meditation, compassion and forgiveness for all beings, prophesied in every historical religion. Boom, makes perfect sense to me. Um, and then I got to some Samvartaka fire, yoga fire, yoga. I know yoga, yoga fire, Ecropsis, fresh okur eti. I looked all of this up on the internet as much as I could. I mean, I looked, and there's a lot of information on it that just didn't. What are you talking about? It's like reading a technical manual of something that you have no knowledge of. You know, it's like me reading a technical manual from a chemical plant. I don't know chemistry. I can read that all day long right now. It would make lick all sense. I need somebody to teach me chemistry or just teach me the fundamentals of what I'm reading so I can just do the job. So, so when I read Yuga Fire and I tried to understand it, I couldn't. Angel and Partha just laid it out so beautifully for me. It makes so much sense. And I don't know how familiar any of y'all are with any of this stuff, but have confidence if you're not familiar with it that it makes sense to me. So this whole square has everything to do with the sun. The sun right now is unbearable to look at, unbearable to have a sunset, an enjoyable sunset. And now the reflection off the sea is just brutal. Let's see if you guys can appreciate it. Well, that little thing in the middle gets in the way. But you kind of get an idea just of, well, here, I can move the camera. I hope I don't get you guys seasick on doing this. It's beautiful, but look at the whiteness of the sun and look at the whiteness of the wall, which should be plain white with all the nasty stuff. But the whiteness of the sea and the whiteness of the sun is just not normal. I've been looking at this view for a year and a half now, and it's just not right. So, and neither is its trajectory and angle. And so, what happens is that as Partha has been able to explain it to us, there is a diminishing of our planet's magnetic field that protects us from a lot of the brutality of the sun. But not only us, satellites and spaceships and rockets, they are greatly affected. So you know, see what happens. It very well could be, guys, that the mission that's going off tomorrow is a rescue of the people of the space station. That could be the big thing that they're doing tomorrow. The SpaceX launch is rescuing the people from the space station due to the imminent, just continued collapsing of the mantle, of not the mantle, but the magnetic shield, and so they're maybe on a rescue mission. It's a big craft that's going up there to do this, so I don't know. Thank you, conspiracy realist. If a conspiracy realist can see what I'm seeing, this is all very interesting. All right, it's almost 6 o'clock my time. I have not much more to add. Chloe Mendoza, that's just a guess off the top of my head. That is just a guess off the top of my head, because that's just an awfully big craft, and they've really rushed it. They've really rushed it. Okay, Wildwoods, I didn't get a chance to meet you. Hi, I'm Breadcrumb, and this is the Breadcrumbs Project. Most of the chatty people here are fellows of the Crumb, and we are the Fellowship of the Crumbs. Thank you, Donna, for that. Again, everybody that comes in has observations that yes, it's hotter. Yes, the sun is hotter. Good point, Wildwoods. Integrity is everything. Thank you, Nicola McKenzie. Thank you very much. Birds are going crazy. They are. Uh, yes, it is the Fellowship of the Crumbs, and we have many Fellows of the Crumbs, and accept that title. So everyone here that is participating, consider yourself a fellow of the Crumbs, and you are part of the fellowship. All right, Rhoda, good to see you. So how did Partha and Angel Hope do? Thank you for sharing that about the sun. Wildwoods, what's going on with Kansas? I mean, yeah, what's going on with Kansas? We're not in Kansas anymore, brother. Please, can you enlighten us? Because I have no idea. I've been live stream and working, and I'm in Spain. We may still hear from each other, Chloe. I don't know. Thank you, JLT. Nicola, crumble yourself in bed, please, please. Tomorrow's another day. We have more certainty. I feel much more grounded and certain than I did this morning. Donna, it is in the Vedic tradition, it is in the Indian tradition, and it's not Indian. This is the Indus Valley, okay? This is the oldest continuing tradition of the old gods that were here 30, 50, 80, 100,000 years ago. So they say certain things in the writings, and the only reason that it continues now into the modern day in India is because they see results. So if they pay attention to their theology, their writings, they usually have 1 to 80% relationship into what they can prophecy through astrology and astrotheology as to what they can predict. So what Partha was trying to impart on us, I'm glad you asked that question. If anybody has any questions, I really understand what Partha is saying. I don't know why, but I get all of everything that he's saying. It's like, man, wow. He's saying that the event is going to happen on the 28th. We may be witness to it, or the event may happen, and the manifestation of it will be in 2 weeks. So often, especially in Indian theology and in Indian tradition, the gods always give you plenty of warning. And that's what has happened as far as Partha has been able to see. They saw a great light in India through the sun doing its movement and brightening. And when Partha was able to make that correlation with the comet, with the movement of the comets, Atlas and Swan, then 2 weeks after that, he heard the great sounds, and we've the video of the sounds in India where it's just bam, 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 bam for 5 seconds, and it's bam, bam, bam from the sky. Well, Partha was able to make the correlation. Okay, this is when that comet went into this constellation. I don't remember the name of the constellation, and subject to that, we heard a great noise, and it took 2 weeks for it to travel from that location here. So the event may happen. We may see something happen on the 28th or up to 2 weeks later. I hope that makes sense, Donna. I can unblock Harshal Vagma. Let's see how I do that. How do I unblock somebody? All right, going through the chat. All right, so this area makes sense to us now, and so all of this area makes sense. If you want to do a screen capture of it, let me know, or if you have access to it. All right. Any questions? Because I'm about to get off of here because I am hungry. I'm starving. I have not had a chance to eat today. It's been nonstop. So if you have a question like, "Hey Charles, have you?" The answer is no. If the question is, "Have you been live streaming or working?" Then the answer is yes. But anything else, the answer is a resounding no. Keep track of his name. I'm going to try to figure out how to do an unblock. And get that taken care of. All right. Questions? Thank you, Donna. Again, if nothing happens at all, you know about a Faraday cage, and you can redeposit the money. The U.S. government is not locked up in Cheyenne Mountain. Cheyenne Mountain is locked up and has been since January. Excuse me. Oh, I am hungry. So the U.S. government is somewhere else. The disaster recovery facilities is what the U.S. government goes to. So each department has a disaster recovery facility in another state. I actually worked for a disaster recovery facility for the Department of Education for roughly 2 years. I was a network engineer for the DRF. Its location was top secret. Only people that had secret clearances would know exactly where it is. A lot of people knew what state it was in and roughly what city, but its exact location was unknown. We had guards. They weren't military guards. They were private corporation guards, but they were armed, so they were that level of security. And if anything happened to Washington, D.C., the Secretary of Education would come to our location, and the continuity of government would continue. Nemesis, if your dog bites you while you're trying to put him in that Faraday cage, I'm picking at you. All right, any questions? We have 2,239 subscribers. So more people and more people are coming to our channel, and they have questions. So we leave the chat open as long as we can, so that everybody that has questions and comes in into the Breadcrumbs Project has a source to ask questions. How safe is it going to be in Oregon coast? There's nothing in anything that Partha or I have read that's going to talk about a flood event. There's nothing in the old traditions. There's nothing in the old writings. There's nothing in the Jewish eschatologies, any of the eschatologies that that talk about flooding. So flooding is not anything that I'm concerned with, or have any real worry about. All right. Any questions? Oh, thank you for being here, Angel. All right. Everybody is probably going to have ask questions to you in the thread, and please share anything that you have to share here in the thread as well. I'm sure Partha will be coming in. Thank you so much for expanding my mind, and I am personally touched, Angel, to have met somebody so uh, so learned, and that is the understatement of the year. And Andrew and I are in a competition of how we can understate things, but so deeply connected and rooted in our um, our civilization. It is yours and Partha's civilizations that ours were started around the world. And it goes back further, but your lineage, your history, your tradition goes back 12,000 years easily, post flood. Post flood, what your tradition goes right after the flood, and Partha's as well. And so the understanding that you have, we can't have. The education that you give us is just a great enlightenment. Um, and again, I can't understate this. Um, Olivia, good question. What do I do for a living? I am a semi-retired network engineer. I do meetings online, basically. So I'm a self-taught network engineer. So everything that we have your router at home where the internet comes out of. Everything from that router beyond, and that connects in the cloud is everything I'm familiar with. I have uh, I, after high school, I went into the Army for 2 years, so I have military experience at that level. After that, I went to college in southeast Louisiana, not far from New Orleans. I had much more fun than any state laws allow. But during that time, I was very involved in Louisiana politics. Louisiana politics, for anybody who is not a participant in state politics in the United States of America, Louisiana politics is by far the most corrupt. I mean, it makes New York politics and California politics just look like, you know, daycare. Um, we're just really good at politics in Louisiana. It's just part of our culture, part of being French and Spanish, and it's we do our politicking so country, and it's so base what we do, and we're so sneaky about what we do. And that's often why most of our politicians that practice politics in Louisiana just dominate. That's why we're always leaders of something, because we're really good at politics. But the honesty is there too. So if we're corrupt for a good reason. It's not just to make money. Because in Louisiana, if your corruption is greed based, you'll get blown out of the water. But if your corruption is to help the people, and people are getting stuff, there's soft corruption, there's hard corruption. And if you start doing hard corruption in Louisiana, you just get blown out of the water. If you're doing soft corruption, which helps your parish, your town, people of other families and stuff like that, and you're getting money from the rich people to help the poor, we make it work. So after I did politics. I realized I didn't want to be a politician of any kind. I was a statesman. I did what I could for the time that I could, and then it was time for me to get a real job. So I learned everything that it takes to fix everything that's in an office. So if it was the typewriter, if it was the telephone system, if it was any of the communication system, anything that didn't involve 120 volts or more, printers, fax machines, copiers. I just self-taught myself all of that. And then I just went, and that was in the time of when AOL was coming onto the scene. If y'all remember AOL, and then I just grew with technology. So whenever networking came in, I was in the telephone system, and they were showing us these new networking cables, these big thick jacks that were bigger than telephone jacks that were just brand new out of California. I'm like, what do we do with these? And they showed us what to do with them. And so, self-taught network engineer. I've managed very large networks, very, very large networks. I've built some medium-sized networks. So that's what I do. I hope that helps, Olivia. And that's why Partha and I can talk as we do. He's a high-level programmer. I'm a high-level network engineer. We use lingo. Hey, I'll ping you later. It's only if you're just a long-standing IT guy that you use that kind of lingo. Yes, after I get off of here, that's my first thing I'm going to do. Epic is to unblock Harshal. I have no idea how to do that. I'm down for the blocking, but I just don't know how to do the unblocks. So I have to go look that up and do some research. All right, any more questions before I jump off? I'm going to give you 2 minutes because that's how long it takes to go through the thread. And I'm also going to post the discussions well, not only Partha, but also the discussion that we just had with Angel. I'm going to post that on my page too. Nemesis, I just don't know how bad it's going to be. I don't know how bad this is going to be for livestock and for the innocent. It's beautiful that you feel for them, but I don't think it's going to be that bad for them. 28th, day after tomorrow. You may or may not be moving this weekend, James. James, the comments are doing what they're doing, and we have a new understanding of them. You have a bunch of videos to catch up on. Oh, no, plan to move, Jacqueline. Plan to move, James. Don't break any of your plans, people. Nobody break any of your plans for any of this. If it happens, you know what to do. If it doesn't happen, life continues on as normal. I love cattle too. Glad you caught that, JLT. It's all divine, Michelle. You are correct. Glad you got it, James. All right. Any more questions before the music comes up? You see, where's Epic? Epic, are you there? Where? Oh, there you are. Okay. Yeah, right there. You Epic? Boy, you have the laughs when I'm messing it up. Music, music. I haven't messed up the music once in at least 5 live sessions. Where's the love, brother? Where's the commendations for the mix master? And I've been bringing the tunes. They're getting a little old, but we'll refresh them here. But I'm on this. God, JLT, yeah, I'm freaking starving. I've had 3 pieces of cheese. I'm sure there's some innuendo that Andrew is bringing up about 3 pieces of cheese and a cat bowl. Have you caught that meme generator of the cat bowls? And how is he getting through your rigid security system? Epic. People have questions, my brother. People have questions. And we're coming up with the answers here at the Breadcrumbs Project. So stay with us. The conversation continues. We're very focused on Q events. We're very focused on what the Q is doing. And we're trying to bring any answers that we can through the research that we have. All right, Samba time.
you.